Hey, welcome. How's everybody doing today? It is Sunday, July 25th. This is Ration Museum Bulletin number 48. So, welcome back to the archives. We got something new today. I'm using new software. I made a bunch of updates. Nothing's like 100% working yet, but oh well. And I am streaming to Twitch as well as YouTube at the same time. So we're going to see how this works. I can see both chats, and hopefully it won't be too confusing. Probably won't get anybody over on Twitch, just since it hasn't been advertised or ever streamed there before or anything like that. So if people are talking on one, I'll be trying to do more of the say your question out loud thing for the benefit of the other. I thought about, I thought about like putting the chat like over here on the side or something for both of them so that people could see, but I don't know. I'll work with all that stuff. I'll find something as a balance, but I just wanted to try multi-streaming, just since like YouTube is definitely geared more towards producing video clips that people come and watch whenever. Like, then generally the people that like your clips hang around and watch your live streams as well, some of them. And it's a fun extra. But on Twitch, it's the whole audience. People are there to see something live. So I don't know. We might pick up some new friends. Yeah, and we'll get them into the conversation, and we'll see how it goes. Do I have any blue wrenches? Asks Pete. That feels like code. Do I have any blue wrenches? I don't know what that means. So today we're going to be doing a quick mail call just with a trade I had with Bob Sourwine, and then we're going to do a good chunk of photography. We're going to just go through the non-good photography kind. Yeah, we need pictures of it from a bunch of different angles so that people can do research. Channel moderators have blue wrenches by their names. Oh, fancy pants. I think just the bot, the Restream bot. I'm adding Streamlabs to everything too, so we'll have more bots in here. But no, I don't have any moderators just yet. By all means, if you want to volunteer to moderate on here or on Twitch, right there's an address. By all means, send me an email. Hey, James, welcome. Oh, I didn't do any howdies yet, so hello to James, Aletha, Kalen, Curious Pete, Yossi, JW Speaker, MRE. We got Ben, Lindelof. We got. Looks like I might have. Oh, hey, we got Jeremiah, Angry Blacksmith. We got. All right, that looks like the gang got caught up. Sorry for all the poking at the screen. I'm gonna try and get more gear. Anyway, we're in that that fun in between zone where everything's been simple so far, just for the sake of keeping things working, and now we're going to slowly tick things up in terms of technology and hopefully not screw up a whole bunch of stuff. I had a stream on Twitch before all of this for the museum that was over the top more complicated with 5 or 6 video sources and 4 or 5 audio sources and wireless mics and all that stuff. This is just the laptop sound, Oh, by the way, am I too loud? I haven't tuned this, so let me know if I'm too loud. But anyway, it's an evolving project. We're a little bit over a year in, so getting over on Twitch should be a fun addition. Hopefully we see some folks over there and pick up some new friends, like I said. So, okay, I don't have any alerts set up yet, so if people are following, say something in chat if you want me to say howdy to you over there. I'll get that set up for next time. I was trying to do all kinds of graphics work in between. This is the fallback that was mostly put together, but I can do neat stuff now, like control, which sets of overlays we got. Just getting there, just bit by bit. Let's see, do that. I don't know how studio mode works on here yet. Oh no, here it is. There we go. So I can mess with this real quick. All right. Mostly working. So I hope everybody had a good weekend and a good week. I got out, did some family stuff. It was a especially good time. So just gonna try a few more things and then we're up and running. Just getting the new titles situated and everything. There we go. Now we can turn that on. Ooh, is it different on each? That's going to be annoying. I don't know. I'm going too far in the weeds already. Okay, I'll figure all that out. Oh no, I did get it kind of working. Anyway. So for the chow time part of this today, I'm going to be eating or attempting to eat a 2007 omelet, so AKA the bomlet. It's everybody's favorite. By that I mean it's not at all. So let's jump into some mail call and I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay. Ooh, all right. So just gotta make sure I hide the right part. Go. Actually, I could just scribble over this at this point. There we go. Okay, so swap over to this one. All right, so I already cut this open. Apologies, but here we go. So this is a trade. I had sent Bob some MREs from the 1990, what was it, 1991, 1992 case? I want to say 1992. That I had eaten the corned beef hash out of, I want to say. The one that was in perfect condition. So he had a case of 07s, and there was one in particular in there that is one of my favorite rations of all time that was discontinued in 2008. So here we go. We've got a cheese and veggie omelet. He also sent me a meal number 10 tuna and a number 9 beef stew. I'm definitely looking forward to the beef stew. Tuna, we'll see. With that shelf-stable, fat-free mayonnaise, I don't know. And then he tossed in, as an interesting extra item, it looks like, a great big package of freeze-dried egg mix. So this makes 25 half-cup servings per pouch, and there's 2 pouches in here. So this is going to make 25 cups of scrambled eggs, pretty much. So yeah, because it's just mixed egg with some butter flavoring, not with butter. So let's see, it's got egg whites, egg yolks, maltodextrin, polydextrose, modified cornstarch, xanthan gum, butter flavor. It's great when they don't break down what that is. And citric acid. and annatto color. Gives it that more yellow than I guess it looked on its own color. So we're going to put these to the side. And we have the omelet for later. I'll stop calling it that. I'm sure it's, well, I have no idea, to be honest, if it's going to be in good shape or not. But I'm excited to find out. There we go. So that'll be about halfway through the stream. I think we'll take a pause and we'll eat that. And then, oh, I didn't even flip the title card. The first time I get to do mail call, I didn't do it. Hey! Anyway, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. So I got a rough spot in the middle of this, but I figured we're going to be putting a lot of cans out. It's going to continue to get worse. So I'm going to just keep working around the same spot. These aren't the glamour shots. This isn't the part where we're going to be, putting up, pictures to talk about an upcoming collection or sharing like long-term quality pictures of the ration. This is just to document what's in the collection and to give us a starting point for if anybody's going to do research on something. So let's see. I've also got this other laptop set up over here to type on so that I'm not typing right in front of the microphone over here and switching the picture around. So that might get a little awkward. We're going to see. I actually might even move it closer. No way. I want it over here so that you don't have to hear it. Welcome to my jumbled thought process today. Hope you guys are all enjoying this. So far, looks like all chat from YouTube. Just making sure the Twitch side works. I mean, don't see why it wouldn't. But again, everything's new. Just going to bring this up real quick. All right, had to mute that before I kept talking just so there isn't a loop. Yeah, multi-chat works, everything's there. So, okay, just nobody watching on Twitch, which makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. I mean, it's for gaming for the most part, but plenty of people use it for non-gaming. Plenty of people use it to talk or do talk shows, do projects, do workshops, do all kinds of stuff. Most of my favorite streamers on there aren't playing video games. There's a bunch of folks that do like electronics repair, which was what I used to do on there. Just great place to learn about that kind of stuff. All right, so first off, we're going to be going through a bunch of food packet in-flight individual cans, just miscellaneous cans and pieces from those. And we're going to get a couple more boxes out and go through that big one that we had busted out a couple weeks ago on stream and just get that into boxes with everything else. So we're going to have a great big box full of loose cans. I'm just going to need 1 or 2 pieces of cardboard to put in as layers now that I'm thinking about it. And then we're good to go. All right. Okay, we're back. We're back. So, gonna work highly technically over here with sliding around some chairs as general work surfaces. All right. Welcome, Rosie. Good to have you. Welcome, Old Smoky. How goes? Good to have you in here. I was saying, oh, thanks. Thanks for the reminder for folks. I was just saying we're also live on Twitch. So, yeah, there's hopefully going to be some folks talking in there, but probably not since it's not advertised anywhere or, has ever been online before. This is just the inaugural stream over there. So, but everything needs a starting point though, right? And if there's any weird quality issues, everybody let me know. Again, this is all new. This is all just being tested today, and I'm excited to see how it goes. All right, so gonna jump into it. Hopefully this isn't too dark. Seems a little dark. Okay, that's pretty much in sync. All right, so this is, like I said, we're just doing a bunch of baseline photos just to get a record of what's in the collection so that when we, have some help looking at this stuff, people know where to start. Or people have a reference for what it is they're looking at. Trying to find a good spot for the camera so that you guys can actually make out what it is that I'm putting down on the table. All while still letting me get in there and take, take a shot without everything else jammed into the sides of the picture. And technology is going to go wrong throughout, so I'll try and keep my calm this time. The phone already crashed once today, so it's, it is what it is. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully the banding isn't too ridiculous, but if it is, it is. All right, let's see. If I have that right there, that might not be too bad. Once I'm in the swing of things, it'll be hopefully a little more smooth there. Wait, Flat Top Dave is Booger Butt and Booger Butt? Doesn't sound right. I mean, Dave's, well, or did he change his name to that? I don't know. I just know he's Dave. Or Booger Butt is Dave. Okay. Thank you, Aletha. Just bear with me. I'm bringing up the master catalog so that I can actually start writing this stuff down while we go. At least that's the hope. All right, here we go. Oh, you can still hear that. Hopefully it's not too ridiculous. Box 46 doesn't look like it got recorded. Or maybe that's what's next. So, okay, so we're going to call this box 46. And it's going to be food packet in-flight individual items. Wait, this is miscellaneous canned rations. Or is this the right one? Yeah, okay. Miscellaneous canned food packet in-flight. Okay. Sorry. No idea why, but this thing is just dumping hundreds of notifications at once. Must have something turned on. I haven't been logged into this in forever. Okay, I think I got them all turned off. Now, hopefully this doesn't crash. We get some good photos, and we Cadillac it. Did I already? Oh no, already crashed. Good. I've got like these photos of my hand holding the phone somehow that it seems to just keep taking. Okay. It's brand new tech. It works perfectly fine until I'm on stream, like every week. Stop. I didn't take it. I didn't take another picture of that. Okay. Okay. So we've got a can of fruitcake. And I'm going to start a new box to just transfer everything into from one to the other. There's that fruitcake for you guys. We'll get into more exciting stuff in a little bit. Yep. Okay, so we're going to call this one box number 46. And we're going to put these in layers. All right. Different type of fruitcake. This one's by the Otoe Food Products. I can't tell if that's just too dark to see. Let me get one of these lights around the front a little more. That should help, I think. I mean, it's going to make some things a little washed out, I think. I just can't tell. Why does that seem so dark? Probably have a filter running on here that I turned off long ago. I switched everything over to this other software. I just realized, yeah, when I do that, I just disappeared there for a second. So it's all the same everything. It's just different software. Yeah, I disappeared there for for a moment. All right, now I should be able to look at this. See if I've got a filter on it. Doesn't look like it. But I could put something on there to clean it up. Let's try applying something to clean this up a little. Oh, that's not good. Hey, Corey, welcome to the stream. You don't happen to want to work on the database while I go, do you? That's already a cumbersome nonsense pile. Here's the LUTs. I remember liking one that sounded like 20s grifter. Rasmussen, Lester, Larson, Hughes, Horton, Hodges. Everything's getting darkened. Let's see. I'm just messing with the camera here, trying to find a nice balance light-wise. I think I just have too much light reflecting back at the camera surface. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably all it is. I might even want to try a darker background for some of these, but all right, been messing around too long there. I'm just gonna turn that off, come back to this. All right. Sounds good, Corey. Yeah, let me know. Well, I'll see you log into this file if you do get a chance, and then I'll stop. So, okay, we're on to fruitcake number 2, different type. I think I already took these. Why is there a lock icon? Okay, just learn. All right, so now back. So this one has a key. Not seeing any distinguishing date marking on the back or the top. Let's see, the first fruitcake was Nabisco. This one is Otoe Food Products. So I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay, and then we are going to go to the next can. Will it be as good as the cherry nut roll? Man, that cherry nut cake, not too far back. Let's see. Sorry about that bright light. Hopefully that's not too crazy in the way, but still. Nope. Okay, I just messed everything up. That had to be a fun moment. You have issues with the National Biscuit Company. Don't we all? Don't we all? All right, so this one's got the episode title going. So does this. Okay, good, good. That works. Let's see. Bring this up. And got a whole lot of pound cakes. I'm going to do them all as a cluster now that I'm thinking about it, rather than do each of these cans separate. Or should I? I'll do them separate. Easy enough. Just gotta get a good speed going on. All right, pound cake, interstate bakers. Some kind of nonsense date code. Every one of these is somebody different, just about. Here's one more interstate bakers. There's a Eunice King's Kitchen. In Sherman, Texas. Nothing on the back of that. This one's the American Bread Company. Bread Company. Excuse me. This has got a stamp date. It's also got just a 90 written on the back. American Bread Company in Asheville. It's pound cake. This one is also a Toei Foods, like one of the first fruit cakes we looked at. Key on the back, just like that one. Now it's got this mottled kind of paint texture, and I'm wondering when I see this if it's the result of the paint drying out or being too thin when it was applied, or if it always looked like this or was intentional. It's got this, like, yeah, you can see it. It's kind of like a fingerprint kind of pattern. And it's not on all sides and surfaces. It does look a little bit like it happened on the sides, but up top you don't really notice it. So this one's got stamped SEP space. Looks like a 1. It could be a 3, a 6, an 8, and then 66 on the bottom. So this was packed in 1966 in September. And it's nice we're getting a nice wide sampling of those, because then we'll be able to share. We'll expand that list of who made these things at what times. See, we've got white breads. Seems like a good one to follow up. Both of these from the American Bread Company. I did it again. American Bread Company. So these have got stamped 1969 space 2. So these are going to be June 19th, 1969. And well, this one's 7/8/67. So, well, and 14. There's usually, that might be a lot number, a batch number, something like that. American Bread Company was one that was going to do date in the month, year, day style, or sorry, month, day, year style. Be right back. I realized I should grab a, this lint roller to try and. Ooh, all right, I packed all this way too tight in here today. Surrounded. Just grabbing the lint roller so we can keep the surface somewhat clean. Like I said, we're going to have all kinds of rust and whatnot today, so might as well not get a whole new section of the backdrop cloth filthy. Oh, Bob, hey. Hope I didn't miss you there, but we're going to eat that ham and cheese omelet today. Or not ham and cheese, sorry, cheese and veggie omelet. Cheese and veggie omelet today. But howdy, goodbye. All right, so let's see. We'll do, well, it doesn't really matter. But nothing on the back. All right, 2 of those. Oh, I see you in there. All right, you taking over, Corey? All right, jumping into a date pudding. This one's from Morton House Kitchens in Nebraska. On the back, we got 2889. Yep, interesting dating. 2889, so August 28, 69, 79, probably 69, if that's even what the date coding means in this instance. Nothing on the back of this one. Yep. Oh, saw him in here. Lost him. Oh, okay. All right. Date pudding. Morton House Kitchens. Oh. Okay, you're on it. You're on it. We got canned cake roll was the next one. I don't know how to read what's going on in the file there. I'm on top chat. No, I'm not. Well, I shouldn't be this time. I shouldn't be. I don't know how to set that if I am. I really shouldn't be. I'm using totally different software. Keep changing the color of the same message. I don't know what that means, sir. Okay. Well, I'm going to need that field in a second, so. Alright, got the bread roll, got the date pudding. Next, got a couple cans of crackers. Couldn't really be more straightforward than these. There's some residue, almost like double-sided tape on the side of these. Maybe they were set in a display to stay up or something, but I don't see any date codes, any stamping, anything like that. And then we got a second can. It's ridiculous. My phone just asked if I wanted to copy the text out of the picture. You know, like the word crackers. That's pretty futuristic to me, at least. All right, got a couple veins, various shape. Gonna want to do some resto on some of these. Like this one is gonna leak eventually, potentially right here. It's got some really bad denting in it, but it's still full. Chicken and noodles. Still sounds like chicken and noodle soup, you know? So that one might not be too bad. Thanks for that YouTube recommendation right now, YouTube. I'm not going to switch over to Jazz Cafe. All right, so that's chicken and noodles by Tony Downs Foods Company. What the? All right, this one we're going to look at next. We got ham sliced cooked with juices. This one has a stamp, says $73.12, and then an upside down 2 on there, or maybe that's a 5. No, that would be backwards partially. So not sure if this was made in 73 and if the rest of that means anything or not. Nothing on the back. Just that mottled kind of coloring. Ham sliced cooked with juices. Well, I guess I don't need to keep putting the manufacturer on things that we've got just one of, so just to keep going. Okay, we've got ham with water added, canned, sliced, and cooked. So basically same thing, just another variation on it. This one by Blue Star Foods in Council Bluffs, Iowa. This one sounds fine too. Date stamping, I see 22/7 or 227/7. So might have been the 227th day of 1967 or 1977. Or it might not have anything to do with that. All right, so we've got some cans of tuna. These are a little smaller. They're, just to put some perspective, they're the same dimensions around as a can of peanut butter. I think we've got one can of that in the newer acquisition, the food packet in flight individual case that we picked up a couple weeks ago. So this has got (8)91/21. So really, and then same on this other can. So really not sure how to read that. It also says tuna CEJ on it. Not sure what that would signify either. I'm trying to get the banding out of the picture as best I can, but doesn't matter. All right, so 2 cans of tuna. Then we got 1 peanut butter, and it's not Kern Foods. This one's Cinderella in Dawson, Georgia. Just saying that because I tend to take for granted that there are other people making military peanut butter besides Kern. I don't need it to take motion photos every single time. That's still a waste. Okay, so that's a whole layer of those. Now we can move into the, let's see. Now we can move into the stuff we haven't entered into the collection ever before. It's piled up. Corey's asking if I know Brit brew bags. Put an FRH element in one with the main and poked a vent hole. Interesting. No, I'm not familiar. All right, I think I'm caught up. So, is it like kind of a tenting bag for, like, you know, keeping steam inside or something? Kind of like the Japanese FRH enclosure? Or something else? Oh, we got a big pile of stuff here. Just gonna pull that down. And gonna prep a layer of cardboard to put on top of that last layer of cans. Gotta be nice to your vintage cans. Don't want them leaking onto each other. And I'll probably reorganize all of this to put like the bread and stuff on the top once we get through cataloging the rest of these. Because, you know, the bread products are the most likely to stay as is long term. and vice versa. The things like the canned tuna, the canned ham, and all that kind of stuff. They're living on borrowed time as it is. And restoration is slow going with just me, so I have to just recognize that I'm not going to necessarily get to everything with any expediency, and want to arrange appropriately, so that we're not leaving stuff on the top of a pile that's going to eat its way down through that pile. Let's see, we're 1 hour in. I haven't wasted too much time on background rambling. See, we'll get some of this stuff out of the way, come back to it. Gonna need another box for that. So, just moving empty boxes and accessory packets and such. Some of which are in pretty bad shape. And then some of the stuff is just going to need to get earmarked straight for resto. Can't be left behind. Like, for instance, right here, I've got a can of tomato juice that so far there's nothing that indicates it's gone. Nothing that indicates it's eaten through the can. There we go, I drop it. But, it will eventually. So I don't think this is going to get cataloged today. This is going to have to go into a restoration box and get looked at later. And I'm going to need to close the door. Somebody just came in. And it has been nigh on impossible to explain live broadcast. Alright, this should be good. Strange. Can't find. Found it. Okay. Oh, hey, Michelle Swan. Been quite a while. And Rachel, good to see you. Sorry for the dead air there. I was just making sure we're all set over here for a little bit. So yeah, this, there's still, quite a bit of liquid in here. Might still be tomato juice. I'm sure it's extremely metallic if it is, but you never know. When we do a resto on this, I'm going to try and capture the juice out of it and see what it looks like. If it's red, I'm going to try it. If it's black? Probably not. But yep, gonna put this off to the side and not into the box, just because, you know, it's amazing that 45 years later that there's, you know, tomato juice in that can at all. So I'm not expecting it to last another week, let alone, you know, years boxed up. Okay, so diving. This. This is leaking something. Or was leaked onto by something, I think more likely. Because this doesn't seem at all like leaking tuna. This seems like leaked out fruit. So I'm just going to give it a wipe for now. Yeah, I think it was just fruit next to this. So labeling's a little different. First thing that jumps out. It's bigger. The can itself is the same, but the word tuna on it is substantially bigger than the one we were just looking at. It says 721 tuna in the stamped at the top, and then 2910 5EJ underneath. So, not sure what that means. Oh, that's a shame, Michelle. Just saw your note about you and her husband. You know, hopefully he can relax, enjoy Ration stream. Not think about it for a little bit. That's a shame. All right. So this is the bigger tuna. Doing pretty well with the banding before. Maybe I moved something a little too much. I'm pretty sure it does end up in the photo. It's probably just the reflective ones that are going to be that bad. This motion photo thing I have to turn off. Okay. So that's another can of tuna. Don't get any manufacturing details on the tuna. How many of those? I guess just one more of those. That also needs a wipe, which is slightly concerning because there shouldn't have been two tunas next to each other or next to the same thing. Just slight. So this one's got 15.9 5EJ as well. All right, then we've got a ton of bread products, and then a bunch more mains. So gonna try and group these bread products. Welcome to Walmart. Yossi's asking, do I have herniated discs or does my back hurt for another reason? Oh, I got, yeah, I have at least one, I guess crushed, extruded, whatever, like one bad, like it's one disc that's just shot, and then 3 herniated discs that I think are getting better over time as I lost weight and I've been moving around as much as I can. I haven't had any major incidents lately, but sometimes it's just a little rough, especially when I'm doing a lot of work, moving stuff around. You know, then it can catch up with me. But overall, doing much better. Thanks for asking. Just trying to get some crud off of some of these cans. They were all together in, a case that was in pretty bad shape. 5 boxes, 5 of the cardboard boxes out of, I want to say 20 plus, are all that survived. So, a lot of the cans, though, just got some crud on them, so they were able to be salvaged. And the seller was putting up, just a couple of the things that were in the best shape, and I reached out and said, hey, I'm interested in the whole pile. It already tossed everything that was, that had holes in it, direct leaking coming out of it. And while I understand his position, I think we could have probably done a little restoration on some of it. And we've had some pretty good luck salvaging some very poor shaped cans along the way. In a sense that they'll display just fine for years after being cleaned up. So here we've got a really weak spot on this one, weak there, it's weak over here. So something did a number on this. Just going to try and brush off some of the exterior rust so it's not just sitting on everything. All right, so let's see, we got a bunch of orange nut rolls, just to show you guys what I'm pulling out of the case so far here. Kind of just trying to organize them. So we've got these orange, we've got chocolate, 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 we've got cinnamon, 2 of those. And these, we know came out of the same case, and yet the manufacturers jump around in these too, which I find pretty interesting. Actually, no, it's just the look of some of the cans, I guess, based on whatever was going on in the boxes around them. Some are a good deal darker than the rest, but no, there's no brand mixing among the types of things. So we've got American Bread Company for, feels a little, no, that feels fine. So we got American Bread Company, 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 and then only the raisin nut cake isn't labeled. Actually, with any manufacturer, it looks like raisin nut cake, and nuts in these cakes have, in parentheses, pecans or almonds or English walnuts, probably just due to availability issues, supply line issues, maybe. But I mean, timing wise, so these would have been I want to say it was 74 was when the case was. Just looking at the dating on this stuff, I would expect some of it to be, so let's see, if the case was 74, then we'd expect stuff from 73, 74. If the case was 76, which it might have been, then we'd expect stuff from 75, 76, probably even some 74, 73 too, but for the most part, I'm not quite getting these date codes. We've got like 25853. I don't think these pound cakes are from 1953, you know, and kept for 20 years before they ended up in a ration that, you know, was for in-flight use. So, $49852. Most of them are pretty hard to read. 10 space 9 space 68. It looks like. Because that's a 53 as well. It does say 10 space 9 space 53. You don't think they had some like 20-plus-year-old bread products stuck into modern in-flight rations? That'd be rough. Oh man, Yossi, 3 in your back and 3 in your neck. I haven't had my neck figured out, but I can feel one. You know, I can feel a disc that's not where it should be, that it's just sitting outside and to the left of it. When I move my neck around, it just bubbles up. Neck's definitely not in great shape, but I hope you're starting, you know, physical therapy or something, because with herniated discs, a lot of times you can get, you know, some pretty good reabsorption or hemorrhage, I think was what I was thinking. Hemorrhage discs, that's where it's like broken. But, you know, with herniated discs, you should be able to, with stretching and movement and all that, like get some function back. Not necessarily need surgery, but you know, good luck with all that. That's, ooh, yeah. I hope it's not impacting your day-to-day life too much, but I understand that pain. I've definitely had a lot of issues with my back over the years, especially when I was bigger. All right. Yeah, exactly, Pete. The nuts that go bad quickly are the ones that, you know, are in here. Might be almond, might be pecan, might be walnut. All right. These orange ones we'll get out of the way first. Oh, we still didn't finish. Let's see, fruitcake. No, okay. Got a whole bunch of these. You know, so that was a good find. You know, and eventually we'll probably open 1 or 2 of these to see what they're like. None of them have any bulging. They're all pretty tight. The pound cakes all feel light, you know, fluffy like they should, but these other ones all feel pretty heavy. The fruit cake especially, which makes sense. But yeah, most of these cakes, so the pound cakes are 2.2 ounces. The fruit cakes are 5. Then a lot of these other ones are 4. So like an entree is usually 5 to 6, like chicken noodle soup or something. Yeah, 3.5s, 4s, 4.25s. You know, among the options here. Sounds like a lot of us have some back issues going on. Wish we didn't, but that's life, right? And for anybody that might be tuning in over on Twitch, welcome. This is the 48th Bulletin of the Ration Museum. First time on Twitch, but we've been streaming mostly weekly. Sometimes have to skip a week, but mostly weekly since about a year ago. Working on putting a museum together and sharing the collection digitally and eventually physically. So dedicated to the history of military food production and the technology involved. So welcome to anybody over there. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll repeat them on stream and we'll get you an answer as best we can. This isn't one of the more exciting things we have to do, but this is part of the work of keeping the collection together. It's just, we've got to have a record of everything that's here and keep adding things over time. So gotta do the legwork. All right, so Corey, you feel up for typing at this point, or are you still finishing dinner? All right. I don't know how much of a delay there is actually with the restreaming. There might be like a 10-second delay now. That'd be interesting. I'll have to check that out at some point. Electricity therapy, like I have a TENS unit that I use. And I haven't used it in forever, but it helps tightening and releasing the muscle groups and everything. Biscuits brown, nice. All right, got 4 of those, so I'll just take their pics real quick. All right, I'm going to switch over to pound cakes. All American Bread Company as well. That's 2. We're going to have 4 of those. Then we'll have 3 cinnamon nut rolls. Well, later, Aletha. Thanks for coming by. All right, let's see. That was a cinnamon nut roll. These are, the actual can tops are in nice shape on these, or at least 2 of the 3 of these. There's some pitting on the sides, but overall these are nice. And there'll be 3 of those. This one's got some problems up top. Just a little. See, the cans themselves, you know, they've got the lip there so they can catch stuff coming down from above, and it just sits in the lowest point on that lip around the ring. It does damage. So we've got 3 chocolate nut rolls next. You know, we'll be able to quick check ingredients, weights, manufacturers, you know, etc. from the pictures instead of having to dig out the cans every time. Third one of those. Gonna have quite a few things from food packet in-flight individuals by the time we're done here. All right, we got fruitcake. Like I said, 5 ounces. These things are heavy. Just shy of 1/3 of a pound. We have 2 of those. Oh, I'm losing you, I guess. So I gotta keep an eye on both. We missed the chocolate nut rolls. Was it 3 of those? Yeah, 2 fruitcakes. Right. Then we got 2 raisin nut cakes. Both in pretty darn nice shape. Oh, you got them. Okay. Give the surface a quick clean. Get as much of this rust and little flecks of whatever off of here. We'll get out some mains and such. Just make another cardboard layer. thinking about it with the categories on Twitch. I probably shot myself in the foot doing just chatting. There's like 1 billion people there, and that can be fine if you use tags along with it, but I didn't see any way to do the tags just yet, so I didn't. So that means it's just people like browsing on through. I don't even think you can search by the title. I'm not sure. I can't recall. I think you search by the stream. But just seeing if it works and going back and making sure that the audio and video stayed clear throughout and all that kind of stuff, that's worth it. That's a good test. You know, then we can bump all that up too. Let's see, 4:30. At 5 o'clock, we'll take a pause and try and eat the cheese and veggie omelet from 2007. Grabbing some paper towels again, just in case. Gotta give each of these a quick wipe, see if there's anything to worry about. Nope. All right, so we have chicken boned. These all out. So that's chicken, boned. Ham and eggs, chopped. Wait, no, don't want to do night sight. Why would... Okay. Ham and eggs, chopped was that last one. All right, now this one we got chicken and noodles. Got a second can of chicken and noodles. Turkey loaf. It's got some interesting corrosion going on. Something from one of the stamped numbers, it looks like, coming through. Sounds like a rock in there. I mean, not super dry, but it definitely sounds like it's dried out, stiffened up a little bit. 8 seconds behind Twitch. Oh, you waited for me to say something? Huh. I mean, it's gonna happen. Interesting. Thanks for watching on Twitch. That'll, you know, at least there's a viewer. So that was turkey loaf. Let's see, make sure this is dry. So this, just a tiny bit of flaking came off of this little gray spot up there. So that's the start of an actual hole coming out. All this kind of stuff is external. Like all this kind of rusty crud is from something dripping onto the outside of the can. But the little gray patches tend to be something coming up from underneath, lifting the paint and having the paint flake away after. So this one's beefsteak with gravy. Then I have a second can of chicken boned. I'm going to put next to the. Stop going to night sight, please. Going to put next to the first one. It's got a little ring on the back. I'm not sure from what. Shouldn't match up size-wise with anything else I can think of that would have been in the case. But it's just twitch.tv/Ration Museum if you're trying to find it over there. But you don't have to get into the habit of watching both for me or anything like that. It's just, personally, I spend a lot more time on Twitch than I do on YouTube. There's, I don't know, it's a very different atmosphere, different approach to this kind of stuff. Alright, so that's all the loose cans that we had from there that are good enough to go into a box. The rest of that I can toss to the side for now. So, box 46, let's see, has mainly cans right now. I think we're going to put the accessory packets in there too. So, I'm not going to take pictures of all of them. Especially because they're just foil and they're going to be awful to try and get good pictures of, but get a close-up of the maker. Cadillac Products in Sterling Heights are the packers on this, on the accessory packets at least. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 loose accessory packets. And then I'm just putting these miscellaneous bits in there too. All right. Let's see. So we got a question over on Twitch. So we were just looking at these accessory packages. I'm sure what you were asking, what's inside. So this is one we opened up last week. or maybe not, or sorry, last stream where we had these out. So these had sugar, salt, cream substitute. We had 2 packs of that. We had a pack of instant tea, 2 packets of coffee, instant type 2, which it's funny because these were Coca-Cola. I didn't actually notice that last time. So these were made by Tenco, a division of the Coca-Cola company. So the tea was an unsweetened iced tea kind of flavor, and we added sugar to that. The interdental stimulator that comes in these is, let's see if it'll focus, Stimudent. So this is like a heavier toothpick. It's actually, since we opened everything else in this one, I'm not going to feel too bad if we open up the toothpick as well. So I'm just going to go, actually, we've got, right along the seam, kind of a gap in it anyway. So the toothpick, as you can see, is it's interesting by design. It looks like a pair of tweezers. So you take this and you crush up one end. See, and you take it and you crush up one end and you use it, kind of rub along your gum line, rub along your teeth as an abrasive to, to in the place of a toothbrush and toothpaste, just to give some kind of actual cleaning, beyond just using a regular toothpick and getting stuff out. So the instructions on these are: moisten in mouth thoroughly, use pointed end to clean gently between the teeth. So that's the the pointy bit there. Use pointed end to clean gently between the teeth with the flat side next to the gum. Step 2, chew blunt end into separate fibers. That's the fat end here. So you chew that up until it gets kind of like a little bushy at the end there. Then use that to brush teeth. Simple enough. Pop this back in there. And then you get a paper towel, napkin, of course. So these didn't have, and this also had chewing gum that we consumed. That's not in here anymore. So these did not have cigarettes. The in-flight ones never had cigarettes. I'm not sure if there was any smoking in flight crews. I would assume there was, but it wasn't necessarily something that was included in the rations. Well, thanks for sending the message through Twitch, Jeremiah, because that at least confirms that works. I can see both chats in one place, nice and clear. That's nice. And the chicken and noodles, yeah, I saw that, Pete. The chicken and noodles, I think it sounds like you could eat it. We'll see. Because in a lot of these, they're close enough that they're just going to get worse if we don't do anything about them. So I'm going to want to open the bottoms of all of those mains and empty them out and see if we can preserve the cans and record what comes out of these. If anything is in perfect shape, I'll test it. I'll try it. I'm assuming most of these are going to be no good. beef steak with gravy. It's got liquid. The turkey loaf is starting to eat through the can, and there's a lot of air in there. The boned chicken, plenty of liquid. Chicken and noodles, tons of liquid in both of them. Ham and eggs, sounds like dust, kind of dry inside, rattling around. So I think that one opened up, dried out. Chopped ham and eggs never seems to last. I haven't run into one of those that wasn't dried out. All right, so I think we'll call that for that box. This is going to be everything that goes into box 46. It weighs a lot now, but you know, it's packed nice and solid. We've got 3 layers of cans. You know, that's what I want. Nothing getting crushed, everything nice and efficient. So call that one a success and put it off to the side. And then we're going to go through these food packet in-flight individual boxes, get them in a new empty box, and then I think it'll be about time to grab a bite. I'll be right back. Oh, which gives me an excuse to try out the Be Right Back screen. All right, I'm back. So we've got a bunch of these in pretty rough shape that we just want to get recorded. These were all from that same case that we were just looking at. The first layer of those cans that we went through, I've had for years. They were in a lot that was unknown, but turned out to be all in-flight stuff. These were all more recent. The boxes themselves, they were packed Simpkins Industries in Philadelphia. If I don't have that camera on, swap that. So that's neat, just to have something semi-local. So we've got 5 of these. One of them is a nearly complete actual ration. Let's see, I have a good box for these. Yep. So we'll call this one box 47. You don't have to, Smokey. Don't worry about it. Don't gotta go to Twitch. Just want to check where this is battery-wise. It says battery life 2 days. That doesn't really help. I need to figure out how to set the percentage. 86%. Battery percentage. Show percentage. Okay, there we go. 86%. That's not so bad for an hour and 40 minutes of taking photos. You know, that's okay. All right, so we've got some pretty rough looking boxes, but still there aren't a ton of examples of these out there in the first place, so we're going to keep these. All right. So they all had juice. They all had fruit. They all had some kind of bread product. You know, they were pretty well-rounded ration. They didn't have the normal. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking there. Never mind. Got on a little sidetrack there. I've never seen the grapefruit and orange drink that this one talks about. It's a orange grapefruit juice. I've never seen one of those cans survive, so I've never seen the labeling for that. I'm interested though to see someday if I can find one of those. Beefsteak, fruit, baked dessert, juice, grapefruit, and orange. So, you know, the baked dessert, we just looked at a whole big pile of those. They're going to be a mix of pound cakes, fruit cakes, nut rolls, you know, all kinds of good stuff. Now, I'm not sure. So there were a couple cans of white bread. I'm not sure where they come in terms of you know, maybe with a soup or something instead of a baked dessert, but that would be kind of a shame. White bread's not a dessert. Yeah, so far, you know, we've got the 2 cans of tomato juice right here that are still sealed and full. And then a can of fruit that's got a hole in it, and another can of fruit that's just totally leaking, totally all over the place. Might not be salvageable, but I told him to bag it up and send it anyway. So let's see, you got the menu 2 beefsteak and the menu 3 chicken, turkey, and noodles. See, the other one, the first one, the really rough looking one, was menu 1 beef with spiced sauce was the other one. And then this one is another menu 3. So we had 2 of the menu 3 box, and then a menu 1 and a menu 2. Then this one is an actual full ration. I'm just going to put this plastic layer down while we open this. So this is complete with what it says on the box. So this one has at least the can for the orange juice is here. And you know, it's neat, but it's got a big old hole in it, and it is gone. This one had a cinnamon nut roll. Has a very oxidized moist towelette. The box is horrifying looking in the back. Oh my god, that is rough. We got the ham chopped with eggs. It's just totally shot. Yeah, this one's not doing well. And then we've got peaches that need to be taken out of here and opened because they are full at present. Yeah, this one definitely needs resto, but it helped show what the configuration is like inside here. So we had short can, medium height can, thin can. just going to get that down as a full one. My hands are turning to rust. Definitely want to take care of that before we move on to the next round of stuff. So that's a menu 5, ham and eggs chopped. Yeah, thanks. Good notes. Got it. So that's box 47. I'm going to leave that as is. These are all resto items that I'm going to keep out of box 47. I'm going to find another box for these just to take home and get to the resto pile. These are going to need it pretty soon. Okay, and they're packed in 76, inspection test date 78. I just saw the box over there. All right, I'm going to get cleaned up, and then we're going to try that omelet. Going to see how it held up. All right, back in just a minute. All right, let's see. Back. All right, so we're going to be taking a look at one of these as our chow time today. Oh wait, do I have... Is that turned on? Oh no, that is the right one. Okay. Whew. I could change this. There we go. Chow time. All right. Now I wonder if I switch over to this other one. Yeah, okay. Hey, it stayed. There we go. Working on it. Getting better at it. So, like I said, we're going to be looking at a menu number 4, cheese and veggie omelet from 2007. So, this has got the little triangle up top. So we're just going to grip right there and pull apart. And it mangled it a little, but it's open. So let's see. Yep, Mariqual. Tell as soon as I took a look inside, and we had this this inner wrapping bag. Here's one of their signatures. So what's really strange, the shredded potatoes with bacon on the outside of their inner bag. That's different. So we've got, bring this up a little. We got the egg omelet with vegetables and cheese. We got shredded potatoes with bacon. Got a cracker. We got a Pop-Tart with a presentation like a bed or something. You know, we got the little raised pillow section there. I don't know. Just an interesting crease in it. We've got a cinnamon scone. We've got spiced cider. Tabasco sauce in there. Some strawberry jam to go on the scone. Some lemonade. Is this the 0 cal stuff? 5 calorie. So yeah, this is the no sugar stuff that didn't seem to last. Why they were putting sugar-free drinks in a meal trying to pack as many calories in as possible, I don't know. We've got a turn of the century FRH, and we got a hot beverage bag. So good basic collection. So everything that was in the bag would have been the main, the dessert, the bread products, plural. Well, I guess the jam could go with the crackers, more so than the scone, but it'd probably be good on the scone. Well, cinnamon, I don't know. All right, so we're going to start. We're going to get the main cooking up. Then we'll get some cider out. So first, just going to do a quick inspection, make sure there's nothing jumping out that's wrong. Like I said, this was a trade with Bob Sourwine, so there's been success from this case. There is a little air gap, almost, but overall, there's nothing that's jumping out as wrong with this one in terms of like bloating or punctures or anything like that. Looks good. It's got kind of a grid pattern pressed into it, even though that's not part of the box. I guess that's from the thermostabilizing, you know, pressed between two surfaces. One that has this, one that has that kind of pattern. All right, so get this in there. Oh, that was an explosive accessory packet. I was just double checking if I should do hot or cold, but I think, yeah, I think I can get away with cold. Alright, just going to do the tiniest bit of water for the FRH. You can absolutely do too much. So, I've been finding the trick that's been working the best for me with FRHs has been just getting the whole thing fully wet, but then making sure there's enough room that any liquid's going to drain back out of it, or even specifically opening it back up and giving it a chance to aerate before letting it do its job, heating things up. So I'm just going to take this box from the shredded potatoes with bacon and use that as the guide box for this, rather than stuffing it all the way back in. You know, just like that. But first, gonna make sure get water throughout the whole FRH unit. In a best case scenario, you shouldn't see a lot of water pooling back at the bottom after you're done. You think so, Pete? It's all like 50s, 50s cafeteria stuff. I think some of it might be a little later. Housley, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Ooh, this is getting really hot already. Or, yeah, starting to. Just gonna put that there. And then the potatoes themselves, I'm gonna put underneath so that it's resting on them, but actually I'm gonna stick that all the way in there. We'll see how it works. Double heating with one of these things is never gonna work out perfect, but you know, we want those shredded potatoes with bacon to be a little bit warm. So it doesn't look like we're gonna need the bowl for anything. I didn't look up the contents before I opened this back up, so I wasn't super duper sure. Oh, hey Smokey, welcome back. We're just doing some chow time, getting out a 2007 cheese and vegetable omelet. So we got the scone. It's Sterling Foods in San Antonio, Texas. It's funny, Cadillac Foods is in Sterling, Michigan, I want to say, but Sterling Foods and Cadillac Foods not affiliated. We got the Tabasco. We're gonna need that for the omelet. Always needed that for the omelet. We've got a Pop-Tart, a strawberry Pop-Tart. So that's exciting. That's going to come out as crumbly bits for the most part. Ooh. So let's see. We've got what I think is just sugar crystallization, but it's white all the way around the edges. There we go. Where it should be very red. Smells like strawberry and FRH because that's still going. It doesn't taste. That doesn't taste super great. It's not a excellent sign here. I think I'm getting a little back of the throat feel. I'm gonna try the scone. Cinnamon scone seems fine. A little dry. Definitely a little dry. I'm just looking at this Pop-Tart, you know, it really doesn't look that appetizing compared to what you're used to with a, you know, a strawberry Pop-Tart. It's not frosted, you know, that stands out. Yeah, this just doesn't seem. I don't know, it's growing on me. It's still okay. It's strawberry. It's crumbly. It's very crumbly. All right, we're gonna bust out the cider. You can see quarter canteen cup, 6 ounces of water. So this coffee mug should be all right. Call that good. Bust out the spoon. Some Americloth, so you'll have a ton of plastic when you're done. Hey, Smitty. And hey, Jesse. Welcome. Well, we got about an hour and a half left of this stream, at least, if that's what you meant, Jesse. Just going to do you know, quick stop for a meal, and then jump back into a couple more boxes of adding to the collection spreadsheet. That mixed back up just fine. Got some crackers and jam. Keep this strawberry theme going. Let's see how these turned out. Oh, they're not shattered. They're full-on crackers. They're darker on one end, but let's see. Yeah, G. Schultz was saying on his stream on Friday, you know, it's almost impossible to actually break these things on their score lines. The old ones actually had scoring. These have like the hint of it, but let's see, smell-wise, smell the pack. Crackers are good. Yeah, nothing jumps out as wrong with the crackers. All right, so the strawberry jam, you know, it looks more like apple jam at this point, but that tastes great. Yeah, crackers and jam, totally, you know, totally Perfect shape. I'm going to open this back up because I'm pretty sure I kind of kept it from working right by putting that second package in there, as is usually the case. Alright, it's hissing again. It's a shame. The hash browns are really good hot, but it's really hard to get this entire meal hot. And I'm certainly going to prefer that the egg is full on cooked. See, we've also got this 0-calorie lemonade stuff, or 0 sugar lemonade stuff, I should say. It does have calories. I'm going to go ahead and just clip it. I always hate those little notches. I'm just going to upend that tube in there. Add to 20 ounces of water. Uh-oh. Well, this is going to be strong because that's not 20 ounces. That's not even 12. So that'll be fun. We'll see how terrible this is. 20-ounce strength. Got it. Well, that's pretty efficient overall. Think about it. The little tiny tube, will get you 20 ounces worth of. Well, we'll make them consume 20 ounces worth of water as part of this meal. Is the point there? Yeah. So even though it's not delivering calories, and it is getting the soldiers to drink water, which is its own challenge. Because when you're working out, or you're exerting a lot of energy, you need a good chunk more water. But the last thing you want to do is force yourself to be full, beyond full with water, and that's generally what you need in a lot of these situations, is to be uncomfortably full, as I've had it put to me a bunch of times. You want to drink water until you have that feeling of being uncomfortably full when you're exerting yourself. Because before you know it, that'll pass and you won't have enough in you. This stuff was interesting to mix. It had all these little pockets that wanted to stay dry and float up. It's very, very milky, so like I said, it's going to be too strong. Too strong. Too strong is a very kind way of saying that. So I don't want to knead this too much, just because it's going to come out as a slab, and I want to preserve that. So the FRH is definitely hot, but not the ration. Not yet, at least. I think I'm going to flip it, which is not something I usually do, but while we're all sitting here waiting, probably worthwhile. I mean, I hear it sizzling, and it feels pretty darn hot, but just not hot. So it's going to be a pretty lukewarm meal, I think. Pete, you saying that's a new challenge? See how little water you can add to the beverage base and still stand it? Well, if nothing else, the crackers and jam were good. So it's a success already. And I don't mean like everything's bad. This is still edible. This is just fine. I mean, these are always dry. I like the breakfast themed meals. Though I would have thought coffee would still go well with this. I mean, cider seems kind of an interesting thing to pair with you know, with eggs and bacon and all that. I would think a cider is more of a, you know, like heated evening drink. I don't know. Or it's just like the general juice that you would get instead of like the lemonade. But lemonade and cider and eggs and bacon, just kind of a strange combination. Wow. That was way too strong. You know, we could do the trick where I heat this tank up again and we drop the rations in there and see how well they do heating up in the boiling water. I think I might do that for the hash browns at least. Though I recall it was kind of impossible to get these back out. Nah, I'm going to leave it be. I mean, it won't be cold, so I'm just going to go ahead and plate this at this point. And then let these sit together for just a minute. All right. So we got some crumbs there. Get those out. So this was popped in here on the 320th day of 2006. So it's an 07 pack, but with an 06 end of year omelet. All right. So I'm going for the top. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Slab. Food slab. So I smell peppers, I think, and spices. Let's see. Diced green chilies, Monterey Jack cheese, whole eggs, tomatoes, cottage cheese, skim milk cream, non-fat dry milk, water, diced green chilies, Monterey Jack cheese, margarine, food starch, etc., etc., etc. So I guess the vegetables is tomatoes and green chilies. For anybody who wants to pause and take a gander at all those ingredients. This one's got, you know, a standard looking nutrition facts block. Excuse me. So we've got 320 calories in a pouch, 20 grams of fat. So lots of fat in this one. 19 grams of protein. All right. So this edge didn't seem perfect. I'm going to start in the middle. Just going to cut a little segment down the center here, and I'm gonna prep this Tabasco sauce because I've never had one of these all the way through without needing the Tabasco sauce. So let's see. Love these tiny little bottles. Such a shame they stopped. What do you think? 50 years people will be paying the same for these as they're paying right now for Vietnam era cigarettes? It's crazy. It's crazy that people are paying $100+ for those accessory packets at this point. All right, so first thing I notice is that this is crumbly, very, very crumbly. Could be the cheese, could be the egg itself, just getting crumbled up. But see if we can get a good. Yeah, there we go. So that's the side. You can tell it's got kind of a shell. I'm gonna start with this, and we'll see if I can keep it in my mouth. I'm going to eat this entire thing. Oh wow. I can taste the cottage cheese. There's a little bit of a weird milk, cheesy, spoilage kind of flavor, but not much. Overall, this tastes better than I remember it. To be honest, very cheesy, very cheesy. There's something not 100% right, but I don't think it's a problem. You can see a little chunk of pepper. Oh, let's see. Barely can tell. There's a little green against the gray orange. That'd be nice. Corey's saying he thinks that Tabasco bottles are back. I'm not, super in the loop on modern ration decisions, but that would be nice if they brought those back. I'm sure there's been negative feedback about them going away, but it's the Army, so they don't necessarily care, if the feedback is negative on a choice that they made for monetary reasons. So the Tabasco came out brown. My stomach's already starting to make some interesting noises. Whoa. Whoa. Holy heck. So, the Tabasco, the Tabasco ages, for sure. Oh, hey, back. Perfect timing. This is that, Menu 4 cheese and veggie omelet that you sent me. That is what I'm eating right now. So, got a little Tabasco on this chunk. It is powerful. The Tabasco has turned to a whole new level of spicy, stabby. It's good. I'm not sure it goes great with this omelet anymore, though. All right, this is about as warmed up as this is going to get. I'm going to move the scone to the corner and Gonna dump out hash browns and bacon. All right. Usually put some of the Tabasco on those too, but I don't know. We'll see. Gonna bust out the iodized salt. Just take a little pinch of that. Gonna get it on that, maybe a little bit on there. Try it on one side. I don't know what circumstances you would need to be in to use all of the salt in one of these accessory packets. Yeah, I know what you mean, Smokey, when you're saying that the Tabasco gets super hot when it partially leaks and whatever liquid's in there is concentrated. Yeah, that's definitely true. Oh, wait, let me go back. I missed something from Yossi. Wait, when? Oh, let's see. So one time in the Army, you were ordered to drink and not stop. Oh, God. And you get followed to the bathroom to make sure you were peeing clear. Yeah. They really want to drill that into you, I guess. In, out at Burning Man in the desert, you really want to make sure you're keeping an eye on the darkness, of your urine when you're going to the bathroom. So you really want to get a lot of water into you. But yeah, it's drink until you are uncomfortably full is the mantra. Forgot to do a little safety taste test there, but this is the hash browns with bacon. I think there's some vegetables in here. Dehydrated green peppers. Okay. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, there we go. Got some bacon, some peppers. I was thinking about adding background music to the stream. What do you guys think? Some ambient kind of background. Yeah, this is definitely edible. The Pop-Tart was in pretty interesting shape, but it's edible. The scone was dry, but that's it. The crackers and jam were perfect. This hash browns is perfect. And the omelet has really held up. It's got something going on I can't quite place. I wouldn't say it's in perfect shape, but and I do wish I could have gotten it hot. But it's really good, and it's very, very cheesy. I don't remember it being this cheesy. But like the second ingredient's cottage cheese, so makes some sense. And this was always one that was hard to finish. I will say that you could you could start on one of these and love it, and then about halfway through, you've had enough. You've had plenty of this omelet, and when you think about it, 320 calories. That's like 5 eggs, almost. because an egg's about 65, 70 calories, and there's not much else in these things. Well, I guess there's cheese. So there's like probably 4 eggs and cheese, you know, is the primary constituents of this thing. And 4-egg omelet is a pretty big omelet in general. Just thinking I didn't even look at the other side because it came out like that. You know, I slid it out onto the tray in this direction. Just didn't even flip it, but it looks fine down there. Now, diced green chilies. Oh, that's right, and tomatoes. I forgot. There are chopped up tomatoes in here. It's like that is not green. All right, just going to put a little hot sauce. Ooh, there's a lot of hot sauce on that one. There's definitely stuff out there that wouldn't be dangerous in terms of copyright. Oh man, that juice is still too strong. It's like amnesia. Every time I go for a sip, I forget that I did that. All right, let's get a little of this together. A little hash browns and omelet. Not a whole ton of color, and it pretty much blends in with the tray. Yeah, nothing wrong with the taters. They're definitely good. There's kind of a sour aftertaste to the omelet. But there's really no part of it that looks any different than any other, so I'm going to keep going on it. You know, it's just a puck that you can chop up. Take a little bite of scone. I better hurry up. It's going to take me a whole hour just to eat this thing. Try another chunk of this Pop-Tart. That tastes a lot better after eating half an omelet. Still not quite right. Something's wrong, but you know, end of the world. Find this in an abandoned shelter. You know, I'd be happy with all of this, food-wise. You know, calories are calories. As long as your body holds on to them, they count. But now, that's a fun point. Keep that in mind. If you're in a survival situation, the risks you take are multiplied. So, you know, be as careful as you possibly can, because you don't necessarily have the ability to overcome mistakes as easily. You know, for instance, if you eat something and it sits wrong and you throw up, you know, in a survival situation, you're losing, you know, potentially other food you ate earlier. You're going to be losing liquid. You know, you're going to be, you know, dehydrating yourself. In general, it's it'd be better not to take a big risk and hold on to what you've already got in you than to eat something, in a rough state and potentially, get sick from it. Because there's no ER in that scenario. Smokey, did you send it by email or something? I'm not sure if I get messages on when I have the museum settings going on my phone. So apologies, I'm not sure where you sent it. But I don't have anything unless it's up above. I hope that's egg that fell in this. I'm going to put a little of the hot sauce towards the end of these potatoes. I just love that it's like, it bounces. Like, just watch. Wait. Oh, no, that one did a splat. There was a piece that bounced, I swear. Mostly. They're a little rubbery. Getting there. Getting there. I haven't had a whole omelet with veggies and cheese in years. Many years. 5 to 10 years. Cottage cheese. I would never think of that in an actual omelet. Like, I guess you would get it mixed up with the with the egg itself. I'm gonna add some more water to this ridiculous lemonade. Maybe at that rate, it'll be a little closer to the normal consistency, normal strength. Drank about 2/3 of it, filled it back up. All right, home stretch. This Tabasco kept its color. I mean, it's a little, I'd say if anything, it got a little paler, but certainly kept its flavor. Oop. Just a little bite there didn't seem right, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Excuse me. So this omelet was packed just shy of 15 years ago. and then packed into the Ration 14 and change years ago. Shouldn't be. Oh, wait, no, this is okay. So the date stamped on here is 7016. So this was barely into 2007 when this ended up in a box. Later, Smokey. Wait. Yep, okay. That's still in sync. Glad you came by. I'll check. I'm not sure. Like I said, when I switch the phone around, I'm not sure if I'm getting texts until I go back to my baseline settings later tonight. I switch it so that when I take photos for this, they go straight to the museum's account, and I don't have to copy them and send them over and copy them and send them over and all that. But tech, I keep having tech issues, trying to do weird stuff. Just gonna Tabasco the heck out of this remainder. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Just like a soup of spice. Gonna be way too much. Guts are not gonna be happy about this, but that's all right. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Something about that bite didn't seem quite right. But if it's the cheese and it's not rancid, it's just aged. And it is Monterey Jack, so it's already a bit spicy. And I super spiced it up. Hey, get out of there. But just so you guys see, down to the last 2 bites. I don't think it's going to be hard to finish the snack bits. I wonder what the ham and veggie omelet's going to be like after 30 years. I do want to try one of those. All right, last bit down the hatch. Well, I don't know. There's still a bunch of crumbs. We'll get that too. You know, he's saying as you cook cottage cheese, it becomes very liquid. I wonder if, you know, they're in that process, they're separating out liquid and just leaving the, you know, the denser part for these. Honestly, it's better than I remembered it. There's a little a little weirdness, but that was good. All right, I'll save the good chunk of scone for last. It's the white stuff that formed on the bread that I'm the most concerned about. Because you'd think, the sugar's going to crystallize wherever, but what was forming on the bread? And there's a little spot of something. Dark, right up the top there. In the middle of one of those spots. Like you can see. See kind of what I'm talking about there. Not 100% sure about this. But it doesn't seem bad. It just seems too dry. It's kind of tasting like when the crackers get a little bleachy. That's kind of what I'm picking up. I think that's fine. I think that's just something that happens with the bread sometimes. All right. We're an hour in to the meal. I'm going to call it and move back to some photography for the last hour. All right. All the dry stuff right at the end. Might not have been the best choice. Hey, Dub C, you're catching the very tail end of a 2007 data pack, late 2006 data production on the actual components themselves, but egg omelet with vegetables and cheese that I completely finished. So that went better than I had hoped. I wasn't quite sure, what we were going to be into with, one of these omelets. I don't imagine they'd hold up super well forever. So, though I guess there's not much reason for them to be in much worse shape than like a can of beef stew. So, canned omelets. That's a thought. Pre-canned omelets or pouched omelets. I wonder if they could be made maybe a little more palatable than the military variety. If anybody's tried to do that before, like just commercially available pouched omelets. Well, my nose is starting to run a little bit, so all the spice is hitting. Spice. See, nothing skipped. Consumed the entire bottle of Tabasco. All the sides, the entire main, crackers, etc., etc., etc. Gonna keep the outer bag, add it to the outer bag collection. There's quite a few of those. Maybe make a backdrop out of it or something at some point. All right. Oh, tripping over boxes. Oh, excuse me. Just so we didn't use the hot beverage bag, which would have only been filled up to this line if we were making the cider, and doesn't work if you're making the other drink, the sugar-free lemonade. All right, so all we got left is this gum. Gonna eat it. When I do streams like this, I always leave myself a good chunk of side work by the time this is all done. Gonna have to clean up after myself later. All right, get this back out. And let's see what we're gonna do next. The French RIL. Which type is that? I don't think I've seen an RIL. I have used the little French stoves out in the woods. It's kind of tricky using the little solid fuel tabs the right way. You don't want to burn them all out at once and then not get the food hot enough and that's it, but you also don't want to stretch it out too long. I don't know. All right. Corey, you still here? About to pick back up. Oh, well, there you go. All right. Gum doesn't last super long. All right, so we got through all of the food packet in-flight stuff. So I think I'm going to move on to some simpler stuff. Just going to toss this computer over here just to keep an eye on it. And here we go. These will come out and go right back in. So these we looked at a couple weeks ago. These are just a couple number 10 cans. This one is coffee. It's date stamped 246C. Or I should say it's got a stamp on it, a marking on it, 246C. Nothing else identifying in terms of, potential date. Vacuum packed by John A. Vacillaros. Thought it was Vacilards for a second. Vacillaros and Sons, Flushing, New York. Oh, play your game. I can write these down as we go. Just need to make sure I got a spot for that. There we go. That'll be fine. All right, box 48. Hey. Nope. There. There's a can of cornmeal from a Japanese internment camp in California. Got a pretty sizable dent, but overall in pretty good shape. It's got that kind of mottled color to it. Coffee, roasted, ground, universal grind. Next one was cornmeal, degermed, type 2. And I have 2 cans of freeze-dried beef patties. Come These are surprisingly light. Considering they are, I think 36? Yeah, 32. 32 patties in each can. So between these two cans, I could make 64 hamburgers. Beef patties come dehydrated, come raw. All right, box 48 is done. That was a simple one. Just 4 big number 10 cans. All right, so let's see. What do we want to grab next? We've got E-Unit civilian mountain house stuff. Some boxes. All right, the civilian mountain house stuff, I think, and these RCI, RCI boxes might be good. All right. How many cows per can? Yeah. Feels like there should be a couple in there. How many burgers? All right. So I'm going to call this one box 49. Box 49, we've got just some empty boxes and 2 display rations, it looks like. So, nice example of a ration combat individual box. There's the the spaces where the cans were sitting, but no damage to the inside. Overall, I think this box is in perfect shape. Dang color banding on the pictures. Enough to drive a man crazy. I like the style where you put the tab in like that, instead of the kind where they fold around the sides and front because they tend to tear. But now, one that is in nowhere near as good condition, but is one that's the only one of its type in my collection, so I'm still going to keep it. This is a C8. This one was an outside flap. There was tape that went across the flap space that you had to cut to open it up. It didn't have side tabs that folded down in, from what I can tell. It was sharp edged. I assume this one was a little more awkward to handle. So it's definitely not in as good a shape, but it's an example of a C8 style. And overall, you know, it's still displayable. Well, actually, I'm doing that wrong. That shouldn't be folded in there. As an example. So it's one of those things where we're really going to need to figure out how best to, you know, to stop this kind of thing from getting any worse than it is. Because I'm sure it's not, you know, inert at this point. It's not just sitting there peacefully. Something's still actively happening in terms of potential breakdown. See, box 49, item 1. Oh man, Yossi, it doesn't sound great. Take care of yourself. You know, having back issues and your hands not doing good at the same time, that doesn't sound good. Do what you got to do to take care of yourself before you worry about making videos. But you know, if you do make any, let me know. I'd love to see them. I mean, I know that's kind of contradictory advice. Take care of yourself first, is what I'm saying. Health is very, very, very important. All right, so 3 out of these 4 assault rations have something in them. I think we were looking at them last week. I keep saying last week, and we weren't here last week. Been a couple weeks since we ran through all those boxes. So this one is empty. It's the only one of this box style that I have. Food Packet Individual Assault, IA, which is funny because the IA stands for Individual Assault. So I don't know what was up with that. The menu number, like that's just amazing. I just love that. And it's one of the short wide box types. There's a couple different sizes of these. There's a much longer one that came out briefly. I don't think I have any in this box, but so this has got some random graffiti, but overall, good shape. Yossi, tendon rupture. What are you doing? Gotta take care of yourself over there. So see, we got a couple styles, so I'll bring them all out just so we can get some comparison between them. So these two are the same. And then, actually, these two are nearly the same. One's just a lot cleaner than the other, but not exactly. I mean, the numbering is massive on that old one. But you can see here they stopped putting the IA at the end of it. They're just leaving a trail of bits and pieces of rust. All right, put this one back, photograph this one. Ready? Take a look at this menu 6. got that sound of a can opener as soon as you move it. Careful with this. These things are getting pretty hard to come by. This one is brittle, partially open. Probably not in perfect shape anymore. This was one that I had opened and emptied long ago. Got a B unit with a key. There would be a can opener in the accessory packet. And then the only other item is the beans with pork and plain sauce. So these were very, very basic. Like usually had some candy, cigarettes, B unit, main. That's it. The MCI was, an extended version of this. Pretty much, it was what evolved to give a more complete meal. But if you needed some food quickly, the assault ration was, perfect for the situation. As opposed to having, just loose cans or loose items, snack wise. This at least had some semblance of, a structured meal. Something candy probably. These packets. Probably a jelly bar or something. It's gone bad there. Definitely a shame if anything in there is ruined as a result, but it's what happens over time. This one has its dividing cardboard. Ooh. So this has not been emptied. And it is beef steaks. Oh God. And there it is. You see it in there? There's a beef steak. That one is rough. Gonna need to clean that up. Man, oh man, a lot of rust coming out of that one. Makes sense. That whole beef steaks can is just shot. There's no liquid to it anymore. There's no moisture in there. But it's definitely just a can of dirt and rust. It's going to need to be opened up, emptied out, see if there's anything salvageable there. The ones with the really bubbled cans and paint, it's not really a whole lot you can do. We want a good record of what. I would hope not, Yossi. Want a good record of what the label looks like at the time, but it might not be salvageable. Let's see. So food packet, comma, individual assault, comma, IA. And then food packet, individual assault. See, then food packet, assault, comma, individual. And there was just an assault ration, at least a prototyped one, a good while later. Get this menu 8, and then we're good with this box. Pete was saying, interesting spoon. Yeah, they have the clear spoons, pretty much same as the later. Wait, what is that? What is that? Oh, okay. It's just halazone or something. Chlorine. This one's been opened and probably rated for the cigarettes, I think. Oh wow, what is this coming out of here? Oh, busted open sugar packet. Oh, I think this one Steve might have eaten. Yes, that Cumberland packaging sugar from Brooklyn. Good looking sugar packets, but in this case that one's busted. Let's see. Oh, I'm just gonna fold it and put it back for right now. So spoon. Just a simple little affair. Damp climate matches. Let's see, are they red or white? Oh, red tip. Nice looking package, but shame it doesn't have the cigarettes still in it, or even just a box. The B unit's been opened and pilfered for the cookie, but the crackers are still there and still looking like they haven't changed any since the box was opened 5 or more years ago. So that one's a menu 8. Then we've got the 2 food packet salt individual. Two. Menu 6. Okay. Different match tip colors, whether they have a meaning. I mean, I think it's just going to be like red phosphorus versus white phosphorus is going to be the agent that was used. Pick up all this random sugar from the past. Oh, you mean cigarettes, Yossi? I was looking at your comment. I have so many empty packs. Put one there. Yeah, that for displaying it, I wouldn't be above that. You could put a little marker. I mean, that's the thing. Go to a museum, walk around, look at the displays, and then look at the cards that explain, or the little placards that explain the displays, and then look at the bottom of them. In a lot of places, you're going to see reproduction, items sourced from whatever, facsimile or similar period accurate items substituted. All kinds of things you're going to see. It's not always the case that you're walking through something seeing, the genuine, perfect, untouched, original combination of stuff. You're likely seeing just as close as the museum could get, because they're people too. No, I mean, it's just not necessarily realistic that you're always going to find something in perfect shape to display. All right, so we got box 49 done. Box 49 is very light on content in general. Assuming I'll find something else to put in there someday to go along with the assault rations and the random RCI boxes. But the RCI boxes might migrate somewhere else, and this could just be the case for assault rations. I think all 4 that I own are in there. So, all right, we're going to just move on to some civilian mountain house items that are mostly here for trading fodder and consumption. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I may build a display out of these because there's a really nice smattering of them. But I'm definitely going to eat 1 or 2 of them. Can't remember if I already pulled Corey's out of here, so it might end up listed, and then I'll remove it from the collection pile later. So these are all 1979. Supposedly, I haven't 100% vetted the year myself, but Mountain House civilian, just disaster food, like storage food. So these are all in really good shape. Their vacuums or vacuum seals are really nice on most of them. You can see, they're holding their vacuum form, after all this time. And the packaging is the same as late 70s, early 80s LRPs. It is, essentially they are late 70s, early 80s LRPs. But with the LRP, you got a main, you got one of these, and that's it. You got an accessory packet, usually got some candy and gum and that kind of stuff, but and like a dehydrated food block to go with it. But you didn't get one of these like Mountain House vegetable sides or a fruit or any of that. Like these didn't make it into LRPs, but they did make it into regular MREs eventually. So this has that cardboard chunk in here, and then This just feels like if there was a seal, it's gone long ago. But it doesn't seem like it was all kinked up, you know, and vacuum formed and then unkinked. So it's quite possible that it was never, you know, meant to be as tightly sealed as this. I'm looking at these markings on the bottom. I see like, let's see if we can get an angle where you can actually see that. This one's going to be easier, I think. Really hard to see. So it says like J129S. It says J177R. It says J177Y. Yeah, not sure. The fact that this one's a J129S, I was thinking for a moment there, the 77 part might indicate 1977, but there's all kinds of markings on these, and there are ways to look up and figure out when they're from. So, like, they've all got something like, you know, they've got a number down here in the corner, and then on the opposite side, they've got this revision, but that's like for the labeling, and then they'll have another revision number in the corner on the back of the actual package. Like here, like up front, we've got revision 2-9, 639, and on the back, we've got revision 4-7. So like, there's potentially ways Mountain House could help figure out what exact dating these had. But yeah, the fruit, neither of them had any indication that they'd been vacuum formed. And I had the same kind of thing with one of these green beans, but I got a different one that was formed, though this does look, you know, like it was meant to be tighter. Well, the peas are fine. Actually, those are peas. Green beans, yeah, the green beans don't look like they were crazy vacuum formed in either bag. Neither of the peaches do. Everything else in the whole set does. Like these scrambled eggs are, you know, it's just a little brick. It's a thin brick of scrambled eggs, flavored with real bacon, smoke flavor added. Whole eggs, non-fat, dry milk, crumbled bacon. I didn't realize these were bacon scrambled eggs. Yeah, these are bacon scrambled eggs. Yeah, they all have bacon. Well, that's pretty darn good. All right, so to take photos of these, I want to get those like up close revision numbers, but I am just going to do quantities because these aren't from different sets or in different shape. So I'm going to do like such and such quantity, 2 or 3, as opposed to taking the same pictures over and over. All right, we'll start out with scrambled eggs. All of these are 79. Yeah, I mean, that's what the ad said, but that's, you know. So like J151R, you know, they've all got very different kinds of codes on them. Or different ranges. J142R, J100R. J129S. J129S. It's a mystery for another day. A mystery that'll be easier to solve with good documentation and pictures. There. So we got freeze-dried scrambled egg mix flavored with bacon. I'm going to put the freeze-dried. All right, so that's 4 packs of those. J equals 1979. Oh, do you have a sheet for that somewhere? That'd be interesting to see. Compare to other stuff too. So like J 142 probably means the 142nd day of J being 1979. Green beans times 2. I guess I should be putting Mountain House on these two. Carrots, green peas, peas, carrots, okay. A177Y. 2 packs of green peas. J100R. Freeze-dried carrots. Right, 2 packs of carrots. Hey, MC. M space C. Welcome. Good to have you. We're just going through boxes of not unsorted but uncatalogued stuff getting some quick pictures and adding them to the overall master database for the museum, so that we are aware of all the things in the collection, making them easier and easier to find in the future. All right, so we got freeze-dried peaches. Right now, this is a box of 1979 Mountain House civilian stuff, just to show the earlier era of what came out of, making LRPs. Was pretty much making the same things for regular folks to consume on the go. Go, 2 packs of these. All right, chicken stew. I just like the labeling on these a lot. We looked at some 1950s home survival kits for 6-person family, which is funny that the survival kits in the 60s, or in the 50s and 60s for your home, based it around a 6-person family by default with a lot of companies. So just even that is an interesting detail. But there were, some really neat labels for a lot of that stuff. Just very bright colors. Yeah, and as Kaylin pointed out, one whole set had a squirrel in its logos, the other did not. This is a chicken stew. There's chicken and rice. J095R, it looks like on this one. It's going to be hard to figure some of those out, but I mean, not that I have to have a perfect list of every date code on here. Let's see, would those still be viable as the freeze dry? Oh, yeah. Oh, and welcome, Christine. So yeah, everything that's looking like this, at least, everything that's all, vacuum formed and rock solid together, that'd be almost certainly fine. I've eaten a lot of these sorts of things pretty long into their life. Being that this is some of the first freeze-dried civilian stuff, it's in that, like, who the heck knows phase. When it was sold as, up to 30 years, but we're well past that, and it's almost certainly all edible, if not good. A lot of this stuff may have some strange aftertaste to it, or getting a lot of banding, probably from the reflectiveness. Or just might not, or dried milk stuff has gone rancid in it. It depends on what it is, but for the most part, even if they don't taste great, they're going to be edible and they're going to have plenty of nutrition in them. I mean, we'll find out. Like, freeze drying came about in the 60s, and all the first generation military rations were really just trying all kinds of new techniques to make things that would be rehydratable, and getting a feel for what works and what doesn't. But at the time they were saying probably 30 years. And because they were guessing 30 years back then, that guess kind of stayed with it. So even Mountain House food sold today is listed as 30 to 35 years. But the very first generation freeze-dried stuff is still fine. And it's probably going to continue to be the case. I'm excited to try, some 1960s or 70s freeze-dried stuff in the 2060s and 2070s, and just see, because it's almost certainly going to be fine, depending on what it is, at least. Your main things that go bad over time are going to be fats and oils. So like milks and cheeses and nuts and things that have a lot of fat are going to go bad. But lean meats and vegetables and that kind of stuff, it's less likely they're going to oxidize. But in the freeze-dried state, none of that should matter. The only thing that should ever matter is if there's air that made it in the beginning or somewhere along the way. And, if there's air, it can only do so much. Like if the air is trapped inside when it's getting vacuum formed, and there's just a little in there, but the seal is good, it can't do so much. Like it can oxidize some of what's in there and then stop. And rusty fat is, like I've said before, that's really all you're dealing with there. It's not the end of the world. But, I've had chicken stew and beef stew and corned beef hash from the 70s, and no problems so far. And, honestly, with the last one I had, the chicken and rice, I wanted to eat every last scrap of that, because it was in good enough shape, So that one was macaroni and cheese. Now, what we did learn is that the beans in a lot of the Army ones did not reconstitute, and they kept making them for years. Like, here we're looking at chili with beans. They'd say chili with bullets, because it's just little hard, not undigestible, but unhydrated or not fully rehydrated, black beans are not fun when you're trying to eat a meal on the go. And the target audience was patrols in Vietnam when the LRP was being designed. If the technology existed, why did it take the military several years? I'm not sure what you're saying. If technology existed, if freeze-drying technology existed, so I don't have hard dates. I'm not sure which came first, the military chicken or the civilian egg. But a lot of why we were messing with it was the space program. So in the onset of why did the MRE? Well, the MRE came out. I think you're talking about the freeze-dried peaches and stuff not showing up until later in the MRE. I wonder why they didn't put any freeze-dried fruit in like LRPs, but I would think just keeping the breakables or the difficulty of preparing the meal to a minimum. With these big mains, they were usually enough food for two people. So like all of them say makes two portions. So if you got to think if like a canned main was 5 to 8 ounces, and one of these is going to reconstitute 17 ounces of food. That's a good amount of food. So they didn't necessarily throw in the sides, even though they were making them for civilian use at the time. So in the MRE generation, I think we were just getting a little more experimental again, and because we were making these collections of just bagged stuff to replace the Meal Combat Individual, which was can, accessory packet. There was just a little more freedom to try these kinds of things, because you wouldn't want to put the freeze-dried items in a can as a side in the MCIs, but we started seeing freeze-dried pork patty, freeze-dried fruit, freeze-dried, we started seeing, some freeze-dried items ending up in regular MREs, which, some of them were great, some of them not as much. Wait, did I get this one all the way through? I don't recall this piece on the back, so I'm assuming not. Oh, it's a second chili with beans, so I'll just do 2 packs of that. Okay. All right, so this is box 50. Yeah, I won't number like that. There we go. Okay. I'll try and keep the mumbling to myself and using another computer to a minimum. Wait, Kaylin's saying, watched a guy open a 46-year-old freeze-dried and dehydrated food in number 10 cans. It's perfectly edible. Interesting. Gonna open more in 6 years, making them 61. Well, 46 plus 6 would make them 52, but maybe we're looking at something else, or maybe I misunderstood. But yeah, I had 2 of those number 10 cans of freeze-dried burgers earlier in one of these boxes we looked through, but they were Oregon freeze-dry, which is Mountain House. But yeah, there were other freeze-drying companies. So with the long-range patrol rations, yeah, they gave them water purification, and the idea was you're gonna be out for weeks. You're gonna need to be able to get your own water out of the environment and cook your food with it. So the idea was they're gonna have weeks worth of food. They need every little scrap of weight savings they can get. But with the MRE, it wasn't so much about worrying about weight savings. They were trying, especially in the 80s, they were trying things to see how they worked out, what their longevity was, what their adoption by the soldiers was like, what they were going to actually eat or not eat. Some of the freeze-dried stuff is fine unreconstituted as a snack, so they were thinking of that kind of stuff too. So like if you're marching along and you pull out freeze-dried fruit, well, it's candy. It's great. You can rehydrate it if you want. You don't have to. And same thing with a freeze-dried pork patty. You can pull a freeze-dried pork patty out and kind of gnaw on it, and it's like it's like crunchy jerky, kind of. It's different. But switching the entire, it wouldn't have been in the cards to switch the whole MRE over to freeze-dried, because then preparation would just be too complicated. I feel like the things that they did include that were freeze-dried, very easily reconstituted with cold water. You know, they were the kind of thing that you could just put off to the side or leave in a baggie for, you know, an hour or something, and consume cold without a big problem. Porterhouse and potatoes is what Rachel was just cooking. Oh wow, that sounds good with spiraled zucchini. Nice. I had an omelet from 15 years ago. That was my dinner. Oh look, we're at 7 o'clock. I think we will stop with box 50 there. There's, you know, I pulled out 5 more boxes than we got to, but the first ones were just can. So that was a lot of fun. Oh, look at that small world syndrome. Jeremiah had some porterhouse as well. I hope you guys had fun tonight. This was a different kind of stream, trying a little new tech. You know, I'll go back and I'll see how it turned out on Twitch. Hopefully, you know, it came through the same on both platforms. I know there's a little bit of a time delay. I'm going to see what I can do with settings there, but you know, overall, I think hopefully I'm not taking a billion years to see you guys' comments. The multi-chat worked, so seeing people in both chats that's a nice touch. Messing with the oh, I never changed the labels back. See right there. Oh well, I'll get better at that side of it eventually, but I want to get some better gear involved, just up the production value a little bit. Eventually, I do need to switch away from 720, but not while I have this laptop as the core of it. It's funny, this laptop can't even do 1080p as a resolution. Like, it can't get there. So I'm starting to get to the point where, like, the interface for this program that I'm using, it's too big. Like, there are dialog boxes that don't fit on the screen and that I have to, like, shrink and move around and, like, look at in a quarter at a time. That's not tenable. But for now, it's fine. Everything works. Yeah, Rachel, absolutely. Send an email to the address you see over there. Let me swap to, I don't need the table at the moment. So yeah, send me an email there. I will be happy to walk through all the stuff I've tried. This stream is far lower tech than the one that I did when I was running an arcade workshop. That was many more layers than this. There was, you know, a record player that was being filmed and running audio into the overall stream. There were 5 cameras involved. There was all kinds of transition effects and titles and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, love to give any advice on whatever you're working on with this. It's an old cell phone. It's an old laptop. And, you know, I'm using OBS now. I was using Streamlabs, but, you know, there's all kinds of options there. But yeah, reach out. We can talk in more detail. I hope all you guys had a fun time here tonight. I certainly enjoyed myself. We got some more cataloged. I got to eat one of my favorite MREs, and it was good. And I ate the entire thing, and I don't feel anything at all right now. So we'll see how that all goes. But I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to be back next Sunday. We'll, you know, hopefully get another couple boxes through the pipeline. And hopefully the next Sunday, Nick will be back. We'll see. He's got to play it by ear. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Family, personal, school, all kinds of stuff that, you know, gets in the way of having a second job doing streams on Sundays. So, all understood. I will talk to you guys all again soon. You know, like I said, I always appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday night, and until I see you again, stay rational.